What's going on, everybody? Was fixing everything up a little bit earlier, but I just had a really good idea recently, and I'm just like, let's go over the market. We haven't did this since I think January, if not maybe March, February. It might have been February. Yeah, it might have been February. Honestly, I'm not too sure. But all right, so let me see. Let's fix this real quick. What the fuck did I just write? This box will represent the next downside range. There you go. I no. Shit. All right, perfect. We'll just leave it like that. This box will represent. Let's make the text white. Let's bring it down just a little bit, actually. Put it to 20. Actually, how does 18 look? We'll leave it at 20. You guys might not be able to read that at 18. Okay, so this box will always represent. Okay, we got the good high. Let's delete this. Let's delete that. That makes so much sense now. Wait a second. Good morning, everybody. How we doing today? How we doing today? You know, it's so crazy, Chris. Wait, give me 1 second. My fault. I was so confused by something. But no, yeah, I was just about to respond to your comment. That's insane. But I was just looking at the prices for certain things here, and I'm just like, the way that they display the prices, like, I'm pretty sure is regular. Logarithmic would be like this, where it's like everything is equal distance away, right? Would you classify this as logarithmic? Let me see. I mean, obviously you would, because it's, you know, selected, but what does that really entail for? That's what I'm trying to say. We'll just leave it on regular for now. I think regular is going to be equal, actually. Yeah, it's about equal, pretty much. Like, all the prices are equally separated right here. So I wonder if you change the chart to logarithmic, what happens when you zoom in a lot? Let's see what this looks like, actually. Huh. Why did I just change so much? Is it because like the top half of the screen is like condensed? It looks slightly condensed. Oh, I see what's going on. So the top is condensed, the bottom is condensed, and in the middle, the prices are... That makes sense now. Okay. Maybe we'll play with that for some of the trading styles that we make going into like next month, maybe. For now, we're just going to be fixing up most of these older trading styles. So this is basically the older box. But of course, now since it's the new range, we're going to consider this the new box, as well as we're going to put it on the right side. Yeah, so what I would say, Chris, just make sure you are able to draw these boxes, and you're going to be good. There's a certain thought process that goes into the box. Whenever you're ready, I'll explain this to you so you can write it down. Just let me know whenever you're ready. Let me see. Let's delete this here. I could draw something better. Actually, no, we're going to leave it because that's like an older line. I want to see how it works. There's no point to delete your older ideas. Like I told you guys earlier, if you start deleting your ideas, what you're going to find is there's no real way to really stand a firm, you know, a firm way, you could say. There's no firmness. Meaning the ground is very unstable. Anything can happen. And if anything can happen, the first thing I would tell you is you got to just be careful. Because then your confidence is not going to be there when you're trading. Why is it slightly making these new highs? I just noticed this. Let me see something real quick. One, two, three, higher. Two, Then it swings up. Then 3. 1, 2, 3. Then again, you would have to count these, would you not? I guess no. But then again, you can actually see. Alright, so let me see something real quick. I'm gonna have to create a new. I see a couple different trading styles I could create right here. For some reason. I wasn't looking at this before. Wait, does that purple line match up with that one? No, not really. It held on top of it, so I'm not even... Because like when you're drawing lines, right? You can't just draw a line and then think that that line has, you know, no value. Every line contains a certain significant amount of value. It's like, how can you explain it better? Different lines cost different levels of the market being and wanting to magnet to it. But being able to magnet to it is the most important thing, right? And these lines are oftentimes only something that's ever used, you could say, in certain instances. So like, for instance, if you go to my wedge charts, right? We're going to go through these in a little bit here, not right now. But as you all can see, there's different wedges. There's, you know, they start from the same level. Some of them are exceptionally fast. Some of them are insanely, you know, slow in terms of their angle. So a line dictates speed when you really think about it, which means you can automatically tell the strength of a line just looking at the angle. Sounds crazy, I know, but yeah. I'll show you guys an instance of this. Yeah, this market's going to potentially push up to 654 here. We might get a nice little downtrend here. 640, 637. And then after that, I would be looking for something a little bit more. Year 2, month 1 class. Year 2, month 1. Gap testing. Yeah, so this is when we were testing for gaps. Yeah. Which means the gap tester, yep, is right here to the left. Yeah. So basically, I use this chart to predict gaps. Sounds crazy, but it works. It's kind of hard to explain right now because I don't have a formula that's down packed yet. There's a couple different ways of doing it, and I want to make sure I have all of them before I start teaching it. So yeah, we just gotta wait a couple more weeks here probably. I'll have it done. Oh yeah, look at these over here. So whenever we go down to here, these are the gaps that I'm predicting. I also predicted this gap here, which is kind of crazy. As you can see, almost perfectly. It's a little off, but nah, yeah. And it's also funny because then it gaps up on top of this area. I wonder if it's the same size. Wow, okay, that's crazy. That's actually the same size as that. That's weird, but yeah, I took these areas from the left side. So I look at all the previous gaps over here, and then I'll make honestly just a logical decision. Like for instance, if you see a gap to the left over here, it's most likely going to yield more gaps to the right. So when a company is actually gapping up, those gaps that it creates actually tell you when the next gaps are going to occur as well, which are going to be near it, sometimes inside of it. Yeah, you could. That is the crazy part. You could just start tanking out the sky now because you did hit near this level. You might have needed to hit the top of it though. That's crazy how you ended up hitting the bottom as well. Let me think. If I would have to say, I would say maybe like... Yeah, you could do this now because over here you actually respected the bottom of it. So logically speaking, you're either going to hit the top of it or the bottom of it, which is going to be 626. Anywhere lower than that, and you're just going to start falling out the sky. See, I'm going to create another chart just like this one. I like these lines a lot. They're really nice. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the testing chart for DARP. Let me see something real quick. I'm just thinking of all the different aspects just to try to see if I could find something that's new, you could say. Wow, I just noticed that SPX did something really weird. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, so SPX is forming different trends and boxes than SPY. So it's like you can escape certain ranges before you even just consolidating actually for a certain period just breaks things naturally, and you can never go back in those ranges again. So what I would say is maybe we could start using this for depicting and actually explaining momentum to people. This might be the perfect chart because it's just like, yeah, you have a line here, lots of momentum springing back and forth. As you're running up here, I was telling everybody, as you were running up in 2024, I kept telling them to play puts for these lower ends, specifically for 550, as well as potentially the 530s, just due to the fact that if you just look at this chart here, you didn't hit that line here, you kept climbing up higher here, and at first the trends actually look like this. Let me show you. Let me refresh this. I'm kind of dancing around the chart right now, but you'll see in a second why. There's not much work that we have to do for the world market video. It's just mainly, honestly, just fixing up and moving stuff a little bit around. But yeah, so imagine this blue box, right? And look what ends up happening. I'm gonna make it like, I don't know. I'll make it red box. And then you have this one as well, right? The yellow line, and then look, the second it goes beneath it, cracks out, starts snapping and changing directions massively. So let me see something real quick. I want to see if I could draw a new box that's going to fulfill the quota of this new range. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. That looks good. That looks really, really good. Okay, so we have all these ranges done. Let me see. So this is basically our current range right now, right here, right now. It goes from that low, it goes to that low, it hits this high, then it hits that low, then it hits this low, and then this high. Perfectly condensing it for us. So yeah, we could literally fall down to 637, just like we thought perfectly. That's excellent. Yeah, so we're just going to keep doing that. So next time we're going to buy a put just like that is going to be most likely right around here. Probably around 655 for it to drop down to probably do something weird like this. Where you can have a bigger shutdown, right? Yeah, I really like this range. You could still fall down to this range down here. Okay. Let me see here. I think that's it for this chart. This chart's already done. So like I said, so most of these charts they're not gonna need to be updated that much. It's just gonna be a few components we gotta fix here and there. Why do these arrows look off? They are off, that's why. I'm like, why do they look they don't look perfect? What's going on here? Let's see. Okay, so the green ones are longer than the red ones. But then why is this red one longer than the green one? Yeah, there's no need for it to be longer. So let's fix it. Everything has to matter. Every single aspect of your chart matters. So if there's an arrow that's smaller, it literally visually tells me that's a 0-day call or like a weekly call. So I don't have to read it. I don't even got to think about it. All I got to do is see that arrow, see that we're in that spot, and then start working backwards from there, right? That's pretty much all. Same thing with the colored circles. Because remember, you don't have just a level that you can get calls or puts at. You have a range. It's always a range. Whenever you buy and sell, which I also should, I guess, write down over here somewhere. Let me see. Let me put this on my chart, actually. I would much rather it buy here. Not buy it. Did I just say buy it here? Put it here. Whatever. Okay, so let's see. I'll just put it on this one. That's fine. That's what I think I just spelled basically wrong. There you go. Whenever you have a circle, it's basically would I call this? The great. It's just, I would call it a wall. The Great Wall of Understanding. Alright, now let's just fix the little grammar errors. I think we're good now. Let's leave this in the corner. Let's put this on the bottom right, actually. Let's also make the text white because everything else is yellow. I actually don't really like yellow as a color, honestly. At least on this app. It just doesn't look good. Let's see if I should change this to another color. I don't want to make it like blue and everything else because I have too many blue charts. It's going to start confusing me. Because this is yellow, I could literally remember specifically this chart because of just that. Alright, let me see. I don't know what to make it. We could do like a different variation of green, I guess. Maybe like a lighter green. Yeah, it's not bad. Orange is not bad either. I think we'll leave it orange. Yeah, we'll leave it orange and then we're going to change the color to light green and orange. What's a good color palette? I think I took a picture of it. Let me see. Yeah, like something like that's too bright. That's too bright. Let me see. What color would be good? I can show you how you create. I think you create your own color on TradingView. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Or is that for the background? Wait, let me see something real quick. Can you create your own color on TradingView? Or am I tripping? Oh, now you can. Yeah. See? You can create your own color. So there you go. Look at this. All you need is the code for it. So let me see. Let's see if we can create our own new color. They kind of got all the colors down packed with the variations. Like when you go through here, that's a pretty good system of variation. But yeah, there's definitely something like in the middle of maybe like blue and green. Maybe like a better teal. But then again, that teal looks pretty good. I don't know why we don't use that on any. For some reason, the blue it's just so weird on the screen. I don't know. It always makes me a little annoyed with it, I guess. Not too sure how to explain it. We could leave it like this and then put the color to orange. Then again, nah, it's too much. What if I leave it white? Nah. I need it to stand out. That actually looks really good. Yeah, it doesn't take too much of the screen. Doesn't really blend in with white perfectly, you could tell. And then you have this orange box here. We don't just trade, we conquer. Oh god. Monday blue? What's that? Is that like a certain type of a color? Let me see. The feeling of dread or sadness that many people experience at the start of the work week, often associated with the end of... I've never heard of that before. That's a crazy concept. It makes so much sense. I don't know. I've never... It's kind of weird, right? For some reason, certain attributes of, I guess, like society and stuff was never something I really paid attention to. Like, of course, when I was working and I had a job, oh no, yeah, I remember that. That was annoying. Waking up all the time, car breaking down, then it snows. Then the car breaks down while it snows. Car tire pops. But I'm like, what the hell is on my skin? Oh. No, but yeah, I don't really I don't know if I look at it like that. It could be. It could honestly be. But like I like blue a lot, but the only blue that I like is like this right here. Let me show you. Let me show you these are the special charts. First, let's figure out where they're at. It's probably right here. It's either here or on my other account. I think I did it on Euro and the Japanese yen. Let me see. So this is Forex basically, of course. But it's the same thing with stocks. Did I do it here? I might have not did it here. Let me see. Let's zoom out. Yeah, so I as you can see, I have blue on some of them. I was just testing different variations of colors. This one's like a teal, I believe. It's like in between the blue and... It's more light blue, honestly. It's not really teal. One of these I did teal. I just forgot which one. That one's white. This one's just pure yellow. Let's check the space companies. Oh, this one I did no color and then color. But I don't like how it looks, honestly. I'm going to fix this soon. But yeah, this is one of the craziest companies we've ever timed. Before the space sector even blew up, we already knew it was going to happen. So it's like the craziest thing in the world, let me tell ya. Like, I kid you guys not. We've been trading these space companies ever since here. And then we started trading them a whole lot more over here. When you had that situation with Elon and Trump. Because Elon was going to threaten to decommission the United States in terms of a rocket ship being connected to the ISS, the International Space Station. The Dragon capsule from SpaceX is pretty much the only thing that can deliver people, you know, US citizens into space. So obviously, do they want to lose the space race? Do they want to lose power in terms of, you know, upgrading the space station, progressing with upgrades? Of course they don't. But that's what that would mean, which would mean a nationwide shutdown of pretty much most other companies. The reason why these companies are able to actually, you know, start running up like this is because of SpaceX. They made it so much easier for other people to actually get into the space industry that there's now an insane push out of nowhere, out of thin air. And we've been talking about this since 2021. In fact, I could pull up some messages showing you how I told everybody to buy companies in 2022 when the market got shut down. And we were just buying SafeMoon, SafeStar, Just all the meme coins that are surrounding the space name before the space industry took off. It was one of the most, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like one of the deepest ways I've ever looked at a market, where it's like you're thinking about 3 sectors blowing up in a row and one sector causing the next sector to blow up, which is how it's easy to track down. You see what I'm saying? So because space is blowing up, the next sector that's going to blow up is actually science. After science, the next industry that's probably going to blow up, like science in terms of gene editing, right? Not just gene editing, but various other forms of science, just point blank science, I would say, which bioscience is, of course, part of that. So that's what gene editing is, by the way. And what other industry can I say? So space, and then the next thing was science, like the biotechs. After science and biotechs, the next industry is going to be, I can't remember off the top of my head, honestly. Let me look through my other chart real quick, and I could tell you. Not semiconductors, no. Oh, it's going to be, but then again, actually, no. Actually, maybe. It could be the supercomputers, but then again, you wouldn't really you could classify that as a new sector. Once the first supercomputer is made, it's kind of going to just classify it as its own thing at that point. But let's find something else that's different. EVs, no. Battery companies, no. Robotics, no. Robotics, yes, actually. Robotics will be taking off into the sky. And it's kind of funny because, again, it's because of Elon. Don't you guys find it crazy how Elon is creating so much wealth out of thin air for this whole entire country? And, like, nobody's even paying attention to that? Which is probably the reason as to why he's doing less now. I don't think anybody kind of sees the depthness of this. Even the AI, right? Drones, of course, drones have already started to take off a little bit. Mostly because of unfortunate reasons, but cloud technology, 3D printing. I used to think 3D printing was going to blow up, but honestly, there's not really a solid community for it. Like, you have people that do 3D printing. I shouldn't say solid community because it does have a small solid community, but it's just nothing large, nothing to catch the attention of, you know, the everyday person for more than just 5 minutes, 10 minutes. What else? Nuclear. Could be nuclear. There's a lot of people that are trying to create certain types of nuclear reactors that are very tiny. Metal processing. I mean, metal is always going to be needed. Computer technology, finance, banks, media. Nah. You know what I should look on? Let me look on Webull, because I have all my watch list here. Actually, where's my watch list? I don't know where I put it. Okay, so for my watch list, let's look at them up here. I would still classify that as science, though. So I'm not even going to say that's another sector. Artificial intelligence, LiDAR. LiDAR companies are absolutely garbage. For EVs, that is. LiDAR, the technology of LiDAR, the idea of it, the concept of it, it just being there is, of course, very important and very needed. But most of these LiDAR companies only went up because of EVs. So it's like, imagine something that's just going to lose value for like the next 5 years just because it was way too overstimulated. That amount of money was never going to supposed to, just slip into the buying and selling. That momentum was never supposed to occur. So yeah, these companies are probably going to be getting hammered down for a couple months, couple years. And then once that occurs, remember, they're only going up again because EV companies are starting to use them still. But when that stops happening, which is going to happen sooner or later, just due to cost, it still costs something for you to add LiDAR into a car. So you kind of want to kill every single thing that a person has to pay in terms of the cost, so just so you can have a higher margin, as seen with Tesla, of course, right? And then once you have a high margin car, that car could basically support a more expensive model, which of course is going to be, priced heavier, just like the Model S, Model Y. But then you're able to get like a Model 3 for $26,000, $20,000, which usually doesn't happen for a car, until like 5 years go by, 3 years go by. Not even 3 years, like 5 to 10 years, honestly. Like, for instance, BMWs, like the one from 2020. Like, if right now you check a BMW from 2020, it's probably going to be a little bit more. It depends what model, of course, right? But for, like, let's just say an M550 2020, that's going to at least be like 40, like 35, 37K. And then the 2018 variations of that would be around 25K, 20K. You can get like a 2018 M550. So that cost reduction is, absolutely significant. That loss is like gigantic with certain car manufacturers, but that's just the way it is. People know that. But that's not how you create a sustaining car business, That's not how the stock price keeps going up higher, That's just going to make the stock price stay at that same level. You need to have margins that are a little not subnormal, but a little abnormal, I would say. And as long as your margins are abnormal, it will literally make the company survive. So it's kind of like you got to do a little bit less work. That's why with Tesla, it's kind of funny because their energy sector is now producing higher margins than their car business, which is weird, right? And eventually, what I think is going to happen is their energy sector is going to start producing more money than, potentially even, I wouldn't say space. I don't think I would say space. Probably all these other companies besides Neuralink and space. Neuralink is most likely going to be worth more than Tesla if they gave it an actual valuation. Boring Company would be, it would be below everything, honestly. It wouldn't really be worth or valuable right now. It's going to be a runner for Mars, of course, within the next 10 years, which is why Elon's creating that company right now, because he's planning on making those companies go public within 5 to 10 years, which is around the same time we're going to be launching stuff to Mars. So imagine you launch a rocket, right? And that rocket basically drops off a certain payload to the planet, right? The whole rocket is fabricated and made specifically so that that part could be delivered and could be removed from the ship without human input. or you know, the need of humans to be around. For instance, if they have some type of robot arms, just like how SpaceX can catch the rockets out the sky, you could already see stuff like that occurring. So that's what I was saying. The military drone sector is exactly why drones are, you know, a hot topic right now. And it's kind of funny because there's now people that are creating drone specific like sentry guns that instantly wipe out drones like from a distance. So it's kind of funny because you're going to create a new sector that's going to be used to then offset the drone sector, if that makes sense. They're both going to be going hand in hand when war starts picking up, of course. So you can play both of them potentially. But yeah, I don't really look too much into drones. Yeah. Not too much, at least. Honestly, if I had to really call out another sector, the only sector that I could think logically after science, because the science sector is going to take at least 20 to 30 years to blow up. So that's like a long term play. In the middle of it, you could say robotics, of course. Yes, 100%. There's definitely going to be more robotics soon. More robots around. What else? You're going to have electric companies that are going to sell yachts, electric jet skis. You know what I mean? Once the let me show you before I explain it improperly. So, kilowatt needed for a jet ski. Oh, kill switch. How the fuck do you spell kilowatt? Kilowatt. Kilo. There you go. You gotta sound it out, everybody. Alright, so 15 to over 200 kilowatts, depending on its size and whether it's electric or gas. Electric jet skis have... Yeah, so they're already making this. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is insane. The fact that you have... That's a pretty penny. So, level 3 charging takes 40 minutes. How long does it last? That's kind of ridiculous now. Wait a second. That's not a bad price. So if you get 10 of these, right? Let me see something real quick. Let me not expose any of my secrets. But let me see something real quick. So if you get 10 of these, it was like 19,000 something. It's probably going to come up, let's be honest here. That thing is coming up to at least like 22,000 with taxes and fees. I have a, yeah. We'll put it to 25. So if you get 10 of these at 25,000 times 10, 250K. And you could use it for 2 hours. Let me see. Use it for 2 hours. So then what you would do here is 250K. You would do... People normally charge a person $100, $150. Let's say if we charge 120 times 10, that's how much you would make an hour on a really, really popular good day. Let's be realistic here though. You're most likely only going to get half the amount of hours in a day for jet skis. Even on a really good day, I would say. You just need one good group of people to pull up. So that's, let's just say, divided by 2. That's 600 a day is how much you would make for 10 jet skis times 7 days a week. That's 42,000 a week, or 4,200 times 4 weeks. 16,800. So you would pay off the cost of one within a month, and then times 6 months, 100K. So yeah, you would need to go for at least a year, year and a half before you make your money back, just due to how expensive these are. So the better idea would be just to get something for like 8,000, because then you could just spend 80K, and by the time you work for 6 months, everybody already made their money, which means you could start investing into investing into something more expensive, and building in some type of way, shape, and form, right? And it's a fun business to own. You can own it across the world. Like, literally everybody can have their own jet ski business if you really think about it. I'm throwing gems out for the people who want it in the back. But yeah, I was thinking about like this being its own sector, you know? Like, imagine a company selling electric helicopters, electric boats, electric cars, electric, ATVs. You can have a company that sells electric motorcycles, which we already have. I did the research. Basically, we have all the companies for all those different types of topics. It's just they're not doing so hot. They're not doing so good right now. So, yeah, unfortunately. Let's see here. I forgot what we were looking at before. What were we looking at? Oh, yeah, this chart here. I was showing you some of the colorways. Yep. Red wire. Yeah, you're right at the... I'm actually going to buy this here. I'm going to put out an alert for everybody to buy this company. Yeah, we're going to start buying this now, before we miss another opportunity for this thing to pop up. Because you could just easily double against the $16. I wonder if a lot more of these companies in this sector here. I wonder if they're in the same... Yeah, I just saw somebody draw lines. Does in fact work, as I've actually had a few trading styles with charts that have lines that are hand drawn. The only problem with that is that due to human error, it's never going to be perfect. So what I would try to do to add some level of control is to copy the line on top of the whole entire price action to see if the market gets, let's just say, stimulated. You will understand how to play a newer high. All right, let me see if that makes sense. So the only problem with that is that due to human error, it's never going to be perfect. So what I will try to do
is add some level of control. That's why. Okay, so let me see something real quick. What was that? All right, everybody.
So the one consistent thing you're gonna see is that most of my charts are always made the same way. So you have downtrend lines, you have uptrend lines, and then you have horizontally perfect levels, right? So horizontally, the levels are perfect. Vertically, you don't really put no lines, of course, because that's up and down. But diagonally, because the market goes in 2D, so you got to work on a horizontal trading style, and then you have to work on a diagonal trading style. Most people, they just do one or the other. So let me see something. I just want to make sure no one responded to me. Let's wait for everybody to join up here. Shoot me a comment in the chat when you guys are ready to get this done. So yeah, all these charts, yeah, still, there's nothing we have to do for them. So for this world market video, the YouTube video, at least, we could actually, let me see. For the world market YouTube video, yeah, we don't have to do much. We just gotta look through all these charts real quick. Just like real fast. That's pretty much it. These lines right here are phenomenal. Let me see, have you been hitting the bottom one? Yes, you have. So let's go ahead and change the color of these lines. I want to make them like, let me see, what's going to stand out right now? Yeah, orange kind of stands out, but the pink behind it is kind of ruining it. So let's change the pink. Let's change this to maybe like a certain green. Oh, I see it now. I had it red because it was significantly going down, but at the same time, the one thing that people don't understand when they draw lines is if you draw a line at the top of a range, right? So like whatever the top is, for example here, it looks like that because this is on the weekly chart. So if I go on the daily chart, you would, obviously see the same high, as you can all see right around there. So we can actually fix this here. But then again, let me not fix it because the weekly chart, let's see, let's go to the weekly. Yeah, we had to fix it, yeah. So we had to fix this a tiny bit right there. Which means, of course, because that one level is wrong, that is off by a certain amount. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I will now have to delete this whole chart. That's what precision pretty much needs. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to delete this. But before I delete it, because I want to make it the same way, let me just take a picture. Let's go here. That should be a good for pasting it here. No, it's still too big. Let's go to here. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Is that good now? Copy it, paste it. Image is still too big. Let's do it again. If not, I'm just going to keep the image to the side. I just kind of want to have it on the screen so you guys can see it. I mean, if this still works like this, then it's fine. I just didn't think it would work like this. Yeah, no, see? Okay, it's fine. We'll just have the picture on the side. Okay. So now we're going to delete this all. And then after I create this, these lines again, then we're going to fix it up with everybody. So yes, this line will get deleted, this line gets deleted, this line gets deleted, this line gets deleted as well. And not only that, but I will also, of course, have to now fix this line. As you can see, it's not touching the top no more. So how do you fix it? The main way you want to fix it is just like this. Since I created these set of lines using the tops, I'm going to fix it using the top, which means, of course, now the bottom is going to be off, right? As you can see, a little bit. But then you would grab the center point now, which is right here, and just have it magnet right to the bottom, just like that. And as you can see, you create your own perfect range. That's basically a trajectory. So line equals speed. Let me see. Okay, so as you all can see, this line equals a certain speed. So when you understand it to that degree, you then understand, all right, if I have a line like this, let's just say I took the whole entire set of lines and they were like this, that would be a different speed, correct? This is actually a slower speed. And then you basically keep picking up where it's slower, 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 slower. And then horizontally, you would have the slowest speed. So it's kind of crazy, but yeah. You could also, you know what's so crazy? I'm now thinking about this, but then again, you wouldn't want to do it that way because of that. You don't have no midpoint to extend it on, so you would have to do it like this. I just had a whole different idea. Yeah, because it pretty much chops up all the ranges. You see how this line right here perfectly lines up with the 1/4 point? I haven't used this tool specifically horizontally like that because usually it's a diagonal tool. But yeah, I just realized that I could also do that as well now. But I won't be showing people how to do that because again, it's not precise. So like with this box here, this box goes from the exact low, the all-time low, which let me make sure it goes to the all-time low before I have to fix this again. Yeah, see? I knew it. I think I was doing this quickly. I didn't make it perfect. It'll be perfect after this, so that's all good. Let me also make sure that white box is connecting to it too. I probably made this white box for a reason, so might as well fix it as well, since I'm looking at the bottom. Okay, the next thing we're going to create is you're going to chop up this box once more. Control, drag. Leave it right there for a second. Zoom in all the way. Keep fixing it, zooming in, fixing it, zooming in, fixing it, zooming in, until you can only see the same number up and down, which is very similar to like this. You don't have to zoom in much closer than this, honestly. If you try to, you see how it's going to start glitching? You see how the line doesn't have a color no more? It's like, that's how you could tell. Like, you're really zoomed in. You don't got to go more zoomed in than that. And then you zoom out. Watch this. Ready for this? This is how I do it. It's kind of like a little process. So hold control, drag it, undo it, grab the top of this box, and go to the absolute bottom, which is right here. Actually, no, it's not right there. It's a little bit further. It should be right over here. Right over there, just like that. And then boom. Now, because I did that, I do not need to logically look in the midpoint, because now I know the midpoint's going to be perfect because I never touched the midpoint. So it kind of makes it so that I don't have to waste as much time zooming into my screen when you just know how to magnet the stuff onto the price action, because it's going to be perfect. Okay, so let me look at that picture real quick, see how I was doing the stuff. Okay, so I just put one line there, and I put one of those there, and then I put one of those there, and then I use the one. That's one. Is that 1/16? That might be the 1/16. Yeah, that's the 1/16. It is, because that would be full. That's 1/4. No. That's full. So that would be 1/2. That's 1/4. That would be 1/8. That's 1/16. I used the 1/32, 1/34, 1/32. 1 out of 32. So that's how many boxes would basically last here. Is that true? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. But what I'm also going to do is I'm probably going to leave these here as well. I do want the midpoints to actually be a little brighter. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do is do the same thing. Copy it by holding control, drag it over to the side. The one thing I am going to do is make these boxes a little smaller. I don't want them to be the same size as the last one. Actually, did I make them the same size as the other one here? I kind of did, kind of didn't. They're slightly smaller. So yeah, I'll just make these slightly smaller. Also, they had a spacing in between them. So let's give it a nice spacing here. And then this one should of course be smaller. And at the same time, I'm going to now need to zoom in because I did not make sure that this was perfect. So again, because I don't feel like doing this at another date later on, I'm just going to make sure I fix it now. Not going around shortcuts and, you know, finding quick ways to make yourself lazy. Just always going that extra mile is going to really save you at the end of the day. At least it does for me, let me tell ya. Because this chart right here, just so you all know, the reason why this chart wasn't perfect from before was simply because it was never meant to be perfect. It was meant to be done basically in a way where it's very fast. So anybody watching would be able to do it within 5 minutes with me. It's just right now I'm taking my time because I want you to have this perfect, of course. Having it perfect first matters, and then of course you could do it all wonky and fast because you're going to understand how to trade with it. At first, you know what you're going to wait for, right? At first, when you first trade with this trading style, you're going to be like, all right, so I'm only going to buy puts at this level. And did it hit that location? At least you can't use this as a means of measuring. You would actually have to do this. Let me see something real quick. So if you had this box here, put this to this low right there. So like basically imagine this was like 1981. So imagine we were back in 1981, right? This is the 1980s, everybody. If you look at it like this, and then you drag this over, when the market first ran up, did it hit the midpoint before it fell? It did not, right? It hit a certain area and then you fell right back down to another certain area. The reason why that occurred is because it was cycling between the smaller ranges. It's just people couldn't tell. So it actually hit this range first, but people didn't know that. Because of course they're not going to have a box in the 1980s that specifically tries to predict the future price action. I would say that, you know what's so funny? Thinking in terms of a group setting, people used to be, I would say, more intelligent in the 1980s, 1990s. Because I don't want to say like they couldn't have done something like this, because they've actually done something like this. But I feel like the things that they were doing with Fibonacci and trying to create certain percentages, obviously Fibonacci works in science. Fibonacci works in the universe. Fibonacci is like a universal code. But when you're creating Fibonacci, you're not really displaying everything accurately or truly. The way you truly explain stuff is supposed to be a more standard, regular, spaced way of explaining stuff, just like how I have it here. And then the Fibonacci is supposed to be added on top of it, you see? So Fibonacci is supposed to be used in correlation with something else. Fibonacci is just one side of the story. Because that's how the universe works. It doesn't work with just off and on. It doesn't work with just 25% and 30%. It works by being at 1% through 100% at the same time. That's how the universal code works. So like, for instance, it's like the same thing as me saying left is right and up is down. Because truly it is. Left is right and up is down. It's the same thing. So when you start thinking about it and conceptualizing concepts like that, the patterns in your brain start to sprout like never before. It's the weirdest thing in the world, honestly. But yeah, before it actually fell down lower, the point that I was trying to make was that it hit the quarter point, almost hit the midpoint. But if you didn't have this midpoint on your screen, one, you probably would have been waiting for a higher point, which was maybe something up here, which did in fact occur later on. But at first, it did not occur. So that's what I want you to pay attention to. Also, pay attention to the fact that I extended these lines throughout its whole entire history. And when I look at the chart like this, it looks like it's perfectly dancing inside of these lines. You're kind of like picking up speed. Now you're changing direction. Now you're changing trajectories, which is why I drew new lines. Because these are basically the same thing as lines. It's just I used this tool right here. As you can see. You start by drawing a line, and then it basically has all the quarter points and stuff like that. Very useful tool. And yeah. As you can see, this is what I drew in terms of my lines. And look at that. You held here and ran straight up to the yellow line, just like how I drew here. I haven't looked at this chart in a couple months. Probably since like May or June. Yeah, probably like May. And I just keep moving up the lines. Just slide it up the grid, pretty much. Okay, so let's finish this up here real quick. Let's delete that. Let's also delete this. We don't need that. Let's make this one smaller. I want it to be perfect. And then with this one, we're just going to leave it like that. And then we're going to copy this one. Put it to the side. Make it smaller. Space it out a little bit. Zoom in all the way. Now we're getting fast with it, everybody. Let's see. Let's go, 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 go. Boom. 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 And we're all good. Just like that, everybody. We're done with the left side. The next thing that's going to be required for us to do here is going to be to fix this line here. We got to make sure it's an accurate depiction of the 132nd point. So there we go. We're zoomed in all the way already. We could zoom in a little bit more. All right, so let's fix this line. Basically, this line has to match up with that line right there, if everybody's watching my screen. So basically, because I want to make it look good visually, I want to put it and make it connect to this one over here. Just like that. Yeah, look at that. That looks pretty good. And now when I zoom out, this is the result. All right. Then you're going to copy this down here. And basically every one of these locations gets one of these points. So the 1/4 point gets it. And of course, since this is the 1/4 point, what you're going to do here is you're going to have to zoom in to make this line perfect. Unfortunately. But fortunately, of course. So there you go. Put that line right there in the middle. I could probably zoom in a little bit more too. Yeah, look at that. Excellent. We'll leave it right there. And then, of course, since the top and bottom are the same, the middle is not the same. The middle is spaced out a little bit more than the top and bottom. What you would do is you would grab this and slide it to the bottom. Right? Trying to line it up. Group it. I'll explain why you need to group it in a second. But just zoom in all the way. At the bottom now. Now grab that group. The reason why I just made you group it is because now you're selecting both of those squares that we just copied. You're not just selecting one, so you don't have to also zoom in for the other side. It's kind of like killing two birds with one stone. Because that's honestly how I teach, is to make people as quick as possible by running through this hundreds of times by myself. If I could run through something like 1,000 times, 100 times by myself, I can logically come up with the best iteration of it, you know, very quickly. For some reason, I don't know why, but yeah. We can also fix this. Yeah, I had a feeling that was wrong. There we go. Now that's right. Now the only thing that's left is a midpoint. Of course, since the middle is not measured by any means, we would measure it right now, like that. Oh, not like that, but like that. Excellent. Look at that. Okay, now this chart is basically practically almost finished. We just got to copy the left side's components onto the right side. Wait a second. I see something wrong. Yep. Let's make sure this is perfect. That's also wrong. Perfect. It's not the same spacing in between them. The spacing is actually too big. I don't like the spacing. Let's make it a little bit. I find that when you make stuff have a small spacing, but just it's obviously visually understood with everybody, like you can obviously see this is a different box. When you can see that line breakage right there, that's what's so important. I don't like how these are colored, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna color them differently. I'm gonna color the boxes lighter. Since I didn't make the right side yet, I don't need to go looking for it. So let's go here. Click this. Click this. Click this. Yeah, that makes it look a lot better. Because you want the other lines to stand out, you know? So like for instance, as you all can see, this market's obviously staircasing. And it's most likely going to fall down, honestly. It looks like it already hit a nice peak. So now you're just going to be more in a bearish type of a setting or a tone. And you know what's the funniest thing in the world? Is when you create the charts that look like this, you start understanding that the bearish tone just so happens to coincidentally match up with news every single time. It's like when you're in a certain zone where your charts and your technicals are telling you you could sell off, that is potentially a good sign to, you know, just take a step back or play the downside until you learn it in a way where you can actually sniff it out every time. So yeah, that's pretty much it with this chart here. We are going to copy it, of course, since everything is now done. So yeah, just give me 1 second. This tends to take a little time here just because of how I copy it. The way I copy it, most people they just don't like it. And yeah, this is literally how I do it. I am not going to personally zoom into all that stuff again. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to move it over with the keypad so there's no human error. It's just it's like watching like a snail slither across the road. That's what this feels like. So remember, ask any questions when you guys are confused about anything. And by the way, this trading style literally works with every single company. Every company that you could humanly, possibly, logically think of, this will work. Now, how you make it work with the short term, that's a whole different story. Those are the weekly boxes. We're almost done, everybody. We're going to put that right there now. Watch this. Actually, wait, you would have to go one more. And then you select this one, and then that one only. And then you bring this one over now. You'll see why I'm doing this in a second here. I have a weird problem with making stuff. Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, it's not gonna work like that. I just realized, I remembered. This box right here, the small one, wasn't correct last time. So now it's actually correct. So let's go here now, select the big ones. Let's move them over. Because everything has to be the same thing as the left side. I can't have the spacing in between the boxes also be different, you know? It's just not right. I am going to have to move the stuff to the left though. So like, there you go. So now it's perfectly going to correlate with each other. Because now your eyes spend less time worrying and thinking and wondering and trying to look for the price of. It's like you don't even need to learn the prices now. Eventually you will learn the prices, obviously, because you're just staring at those, you know, specific key levels all the time. Yeah, it just becomes second nature to a certain degree. Sometimes I'm dreaming about the levels. You know what's so crazy? Sometimes I have dreams about what the market's going to do just due to my research that night. And my dream literally tells me what the market's going to do the next day. That oftentimes does happen, especially when I'm up late at night charting. It's the weirdest thing in the world. The reason why I think it occurs, though, is because subconsciously you are adding and subtracting and messing with those numbers and messing with the patterns. And the better you become at charting, the better you're able to subconsciously think about the charts. So it's like a machine that keeps getting better and quicker and faster and more knowledgeable. And it doesn't really dissipate in any way. Unless you are not, you know, motivated, or... Because unmotivated people, yeah, they tend to never understand the other boundaries of life, where it kind of takes them and makes them feel limitless, which is stuff like this, you know, which again was only brought to my attention from doing thousands of hours of research. So yeah, I hope you guys use this information, because I spent a lot of time learning it, mastering it, and being able to teach it to this degree, where we just went over that whole process within a couple minutes. You do that with 10 companies and you're good for the rest of your life, you know. We already done it for over 500 to 700 companies. So at this point, we're covered for many, many, many lifetimes in terms of charting and making capital and having something to invest in. That's why when you guys pop onto the live stream, it's like, you know, I got 30, 40, 50 trades. Is because, no, yeah, I've been planning these for years now. And they just get better and better and better and better. So it's awesome. It's really awesome. Let me see if you guys want me to run it back. We're not going to do the same company. We're going to do a more well-known company. But yeah, you'll understand why I have these levels here and how to make them.
I want to add somebody real quick from Mumu. Let me see. How do you add somebody on the phone? Okay, boom. We should be good now. Oh, that was the wrong picture, coach. Let me see. There you go. Okay, so let's run it back. Let's run it back, everybody. Let's do it one more time. We fixed the parallel lines. We explained those. We fixed the boxes. We explained it. Let's move on to the next company real quick. Space companies, we already did them. So since I already did these companies, I'm not going to do them again, honestly, because I don't really need it to be perfect to a certain degree. I kind of should have another level here for this box to represent that area. So maybe I might do something like that. Like for instance, there would be a box here, which you literally, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I am going to have to add some stuff to this. There's not enough information. It's like, there's information here, but there's not enough. There could still be a little bit more information that could be transcribed from this. The reason why I did it like this is because going into the future, this is how it's going to react. That's why when it ran up here, it was actually predictable, because when stuff makes a new high, if you use an older high, like a previous high, and you stack it on top, just like how I did, it always works out. That's how markets basically flow. So yes, let's come up with some notes here. Let's look at some other companies. Specifically, this chart right here for SPY was the important one, honestly. But it's not that crazy important. But then again, yeah, I just wanted to fix this up. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me fix this up real quick. because my brain just wants me to fix it. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to select the top, which is right there. We're then going to select the middle. This is your weekly boxes. So remember, I just taught you long term. This is how you play with it short term. What else can I do here? I could flip it like this, just so you can have your smaller boxes on the side like that, so it's not impeding the text. Alright, so you can still clearly see the text in the middle. Let's see, maybe we can come up with something visually pleasing here. So let me just put this to the midpoint. Obviously, as you all can tell, I'm not zooming into the perfect cent. This chart is my first chart, so it's more of a testing chart. So this is basically what I do every week. I just do it for fun, real quick. Because sometimes when you try to, you know, zoom in all the time, it gets real boring and you get a little annoyed and you're just like, I don't want to do this right now. And I completely agree with you. Sometimes I get like that all the time. Not all the time, but, you know, like once a day, it happens. Especially when you're charting nonstop. So yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm breaking up the trend so you can see how it's going to react on the weekly. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to do here. Yeah, so this is 641. That's what you hit last time. You hit the top. No, but you hit this first, so technically you didn't hit that yet. You haven't hit this yet at all. So you're just stuck inside this range. So yeah, we could start falling down into the 630s here next. That's basically what can occur here. Now what I would want to do is maybe do something like this. Nah, that makes it too messy. We'll just leave it like that for now. If anything, Monday, when Monday comes, I'll fix it up. Because this was the older information. Those are your older lines, your older buys and sells. So we kept them there. And then we're going to have to move over a new set over here somewhere. So I'm probably going to have to do this for now. And then I'll remember to edit it. So yeah, we're going to edit this next. Fix up the text. I know it looks a little weird because the box is in the background, but again, I'm just going to fix that Monday. Those are going to be your weekly buys and your daily buys. And then, so you got weekly, you got daily. What else do you have? Let's see. My fault, I was just checking the other server real quick. I thought someone had sent me a message. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it for this chart here. Let's go on to the next one, which is chart number 3 that I've been using for your weekly ranges. And I believe that's it. We don't really need to do nothing on this chart, honestly. It's perfectly reacting off of Friday. Not Friday, but 641. So that 641 range was very important, it seems. Like, super important, you could say. Let me see something. Because you ran up, you hit the 1/8 point, and you fell down on top of the box perfectly. Right? You hit it. Then you ran up, hit the 1/8 point again. Did you hit it? Not yet, you hit it over here, like right beneath it, and then you actually hit it perfectly. So you could, because you hit it a little bit beneath it and a little bit right on top of it, you could run up again and run up a little bit above it again and then do the same thing again for the 3rd time and then go up higher. That's like a little pattern that's already being created right here off of just that one point. So yeah, that's pretty nice, honestly. These levels here, let me fix this real quick. I don't know why these are in the middle of nowhere. This is July 31st to August 1st range. July 31st dash August August 1st. August 31st to August 1st range. And then let's put it on the middle point like that. August 31st to August 1st range. Alright. I need to fix the top one. Looks like it's not the same. Let's also make this white. I don't know why it looks like that. And it will make your smaller components. We should actually give this some points here. So this will be 1/8. Let's change this to white so it stands out. This one as well would be 1/8. Oh, I have to change all the colors. Wait, can I change it? No, I can't do it like that. Yeah. It's all good. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Just like that. 1-8. Just like that. Click this one here. 1-2. Just like that. 1-2. Actually, this is 1/4. 1/4. Yeah, this will be 1/4. My fault. This will be 1/4. 1/4. So that's your 1/2 point. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much everything. Yeah. All right. And then of course you can obviously copy it to the top, right? Which I might do if this is not perfect. Let me see. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to recolor these zones. Let me see something real quick. Because I would want these zones to be the same color so that you can see that they're basically the same points. So visually, you'll be able to tell and transcribe that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's not a bad color. Okay. Let's change this as well. Or should we make it a play on the other color? We could do something like, nah, I don't like that. How about teal? Teal is not a bad color, honestly. But then again, it matches with that line in the background. And I kind of don't want to change that line in the background. So we're just going to change this again. We'll make it like, how does purple look? It's not bad. Kind of matches too much with everything. I keep it like that, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now we're going to go here. 1-4. Put in the center right here. 1-4. dash 4. Double click, put it in the center. Over here, 1 dash 8. Wait, let me see something. Oh, I can't wait. I can't take. Oh yeah, I can change it. Oh wait, watch this. 1 dash 8. Control Alt, Control C. Double click, Control V. Double click, Control V. Then while you're holding this one, click, hold Control, click, 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 and then change the text to white. There you go. That was quicker. Okay, so now everybody sees what's going on here. I am going to change the colors of these boxes a little bit more. I want something a little unique here. Kind of matches with that right there. Yeah, we could have it like that. Let the purple box outside be more purplish than anything, and then we could change this to a different color. Yeah, we can't do blue. I forgot. We could do green. Yeah, let's keep it like this. We'll keep it with this colorway. So again, you have your 1/8 points. These points are obviously right here. They're from that range right there. Bold and italicized. I'll pick it up with like another size too. So that's the range from over there. You know what I can actually do? Put it on the bottom. Yeah, you can put it on the bottom just like that. That's the range from over there. And then what I could do is I can go here, Control copy, go here, Control paste, put this at the top, put this at the center, changed it to white, changed this to 24. Is this one on 24? This one's on 22. Let's make this one 24. Actually, no, for some reason it makes it look more childish. Like more, I don't know how to explain it. Like big lines, like thick lines, like it just doesn't look good. It looks like a drawing book. When it's like tiny like this and it's precise, it looks way more elegant. Okay, so now, no, the screen's on. It's just you're gonna have to leave the voice chat and then rejoin. And remember, when that doesn't work, you're going to have to just let me know. Oh, you did it? So yeah. Oh yeah, so then just let me know. I don't have the Discord open, so I can't see his message right there. I apologize for that, everybody. What's good, Elijah? How we doing? Yep. So what we need to do here is we need to delete this right here. So the 1/2 point, obviously, because when people see 1/2 at the top of a box, they're going to be like, what the hell does that mean? And I agree with them. So this is how you fix it. It makes it a little annoying, but you'll see right now what I'm going to do. So copy it, undo it, turn off all the colors, turn off everything. So now, if I go to the settings and I go to 1-2 and then I go to inside and I put it in the center, as you can see now my 1/2 point is back in the center, and I have the text message at the bottom showing you that this is the range. But if I obviously, you know, color the box again, or I bring out, like, let's just say the background would then look like this, right? Because it's technically a new box. You said it's like a nice bourbon. Right? But no, yeah, so that's how you would do it. And then of course, since now there's 2 boxes in one, if I move this, you see how it's kind of like a ghost box? Yeah, so you would basically, it's on number 4 still, so let me turn it off all the way. So it would look like this. So it looks kind of weird, right? But all you gotta do is just group it all up. So click the smallest boxes first, just like this. Then click the medium-sized boxes. Then click the bigger box. This is gonna be a little hard. Let me see, because I can't see the other box. Actually, wait. Yeah, we could see it. It's right here at the top. Perfect. Now group it all up together. And as you can see, they're all grouped. Of course, since that's grouped up as well, I'm going to group up the price labels. And I'm going to put it into the same group. Before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and give the top some price labels. And since I know they're all pretty much perfectly measured with each other, I could just copy and paste it like that. And I have all the levels now done for 663. Just like that, everybody. Actually, wait. I want that one level too. Yeah, I want the full range. So that's a $50 range right there. You were able to basically make, just from having this 640 to 619 range, you actually now have the range above you. And of course, I know you know what that means, which is basically, yeah, you now have the range below you as well. So this is truly what I would say is the pinnacle of technical analysis, is being able to understand and justify why equal reactions occur throughout the universe and how it relates to the stock chart. Because everything is balanced, everything around you. The good happens with the bad happens with the good, the ups happen with the downs, the left happens with the right. Supercomputers being made right now. You know what a supercomputer means? It means that both on and off basically are occurring at the same time. Both parallel realities. And as long as you could think like that, you would then start finding ways where the market kind of twists and turns on its own little head. It's the funniest thing in the world. But that's what you call equal reactions. It happens multiple ways, multiple forms, multiple, kinds of different equal reactions across the board. But the fact remains is that it's an equal reaction. So we can actually go here. Oh, I'm not going to be able to group that. Why? Why wasn't I able to group it? Let me see. Oh, that's why. This price label is not in the group. None of them are. Oh, no wonder. Let's fix this real quick. And then let's put these price labels. Alrighty. So now everything is grouped up. Everything's where it should be. I kind of want to change the text a little bit. You said Woodford? Oh, okay. That's what they be doing over there in Texas? That's what they be having? If New York had its own, I don't even know. What would be the most sold type of drink in New York? I don't even know. Oh, no. Don't copy that one.
That was a serious question?
Don't fucking say Henny.
I mean, New York is definitely hidden.
Yeah, it's like a staple, honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
But I was thinking like
10 points.
across the board though. But then again, I know everybody be drinking Henny.
I mean, vodka.
Right? I was gonna say probably like tequila or something like that.
Yeah, either vodka or tequila.
Okay, so this is perfectly set up as well now, as well as this is all coordinated with the midpoint. So now everybody, the one thing I want you to recognize is we have all of our ranges done for next week already. The only thing you really need to do now is make your new range, which is for the upside going from the bottom to the new high. That's pretty much all you need to do. Or what you could do is what I did on my other chart, which is create the smaller range, which would look something like this here. These are like all your ranges as well, right? You had this yellow one over here. I don't like how these midpoints look so big. Let me take that off. Yeah, now they look better. This one, why is this one so big? Let me see. Put that to the side for a second. Select that one. Settings. Go here. Thickness is 1. You said Henny is definitely a New York thing? Nah, yeah. Let me see. So yeah, basically it would be this range here. So this is the newer one already. We already have it drawn. And that's from the last low. These are from the other lows though. Yeah, that's from that low over there. So this box right here was supposed to be July 16th. Let me see something real quick. What range is this? Yeah, July 16th. Put this at the bottom. Also put it in the center, just like that. So I can see what's going on. Put the center, put it at the top. Make the words smaller because it's a smaller zone, logically. So the purple is obviously that one. The pink is obviously the pink. The yellow is the yellow. This one needs to be changed to blue so you can see the difference. And then what else can we do here? So everything is color coded now. I guess we got to do these now. So this one is from the low of, what low is this? That's August 1st. Yeah, August 31st. So this is the July. This is the one we just fixed on the other screen, basically. This is the same one, but I'm not going to copy it up and down because I don't want to create a mess. I'm just going to have it here just so I could see how the market reacts to it later on. And then since I have all these boxes done, when the market actually decides to crash, I'm then going to test every single one of these boxes so that I could truly find what's the best absolute range to always play. Because then I could just always give people crazy ass trades. And it's going to be so abnormal that pretty much it's going to be able to help everybody, which is the goal. You got to have the trades be so good enough that you can actually factor in people not selling out at the top, selling out early, and they still make a good amount. Like you have to factor that both in. So this one right here, make the text smaller. Put this at the bottom. Range. This is not the newer one no more, so we can delete that. Delete this too. Okay. These shouldn't be different colors, so make them the same color as the other one below it, which I'm guessing is that red. Yep, perfect. These boxes right here should be The opacity on that white line should be brighter. So now it looks more like a unit instead of it being something that's just inside of the purple. Is it white too? Yeah, the border's white. No, it's not. It's gray. I knew it. It looks like it's not shining enough. Yeah, so they're probably all gray. Yeah, they are. I don't know why I did that either. But yeah, so these are all your weekly ranges, right? That's from the start of July all the way to the start of August. And we've been trading with just this all of July, and it's been working out, you know, in a ridiculous manner. Take, for example, the first box, right? This orange box right here is the first one. And look at how many trades we had just off of this one range. In fact, I'm sure you could tell that's why I have that random white line right there. Is because at one point that was a wedge. So what I told everybody was the second this thing slips below this wedge, it's most likely going to end up somewhere here, which is the midpoint, or somewhere right here. And look at what you ended up doing a couple days later. So yeah, we were already ready for this. Went long here, and then look at that, 619. Boom. $10 right back up. And then of course you would then play puts up here after you just run up that much for 2 days in a row. Because look, think about it. That's a low. And then 2 days later, that's a low. That third day is definitely going to be some type of a pullback. Usually that's what occurs. That's when why I have people buy 5-day contracts. And then usually I would have people sell out their 5-day contracts within 2 to 3 days. Sometimes a day. Because with 5-day contracts, you don't really want to hold it that long. So it's kind of like a perfect, you know, profit basically. Because think about it. If you buy something that's 3 weeks out, it's going to cost like $600-700. You're only going to be able to buy one of them, 2 of them. But if you could buy something for 5 days out, it's only going to cost, $100 to $200. So think about it for a second. You buy something for $150, just like how we did. Or let's just say you buy something for $200, just like how we did, right? You pay $200. You buy 3 of them for a total of $600. And those contracts, what if they do what they did with us, right? They went from 200 each to 400 each. That's already a double. So you would instantly, of course, take that gain, right? Take that 200, take it to the 400. And at the same time, your other contract, they cost 600 because of how far it is away. Depending on the stock, of course. SPY options a month out, they still move. So you would have to pick something that's kind of dead. Or for the most part, that's basically what most people trade, is something that's kind of dead. Because think about it. SPY has the most volume in the market. So if SPY has the most volume in the entire market, you have to recognize that trends that occur, prices that you see, momentum that slips in, it's all a little different. But not that far off. But yes, it is all different. So again, the point that I'm trying to make here is, if you buy a 5-day contract down here at Tuesday, the 22nd of July, right? You would get a contract like 1 to 2 strikes out. So like, let's just say you're down here at 626. You would get like a 628 option and just sell it the next day. And look at where you're at the next day. $3 in the money, which would mean that your option, $2 out the money, would cost around $150, and then in the money you would be at like $350, $400 each. So you just 2 to 3x your account just with one trade. That's taking $10,000 and turning it instantly to like 15K, 12K with one trade. That was the reason why my first month I had that explosive start. It was just because of SPY. I was pretty much just buying 30% of my capital. So putting like 1,000 into an option that costs 200 to 300, 5 days out, sell it the next day. If not, average down the next day, sell it the third day. If the 4th day I'm still down, which never occurred ever, because I was trading a market that was completely bullish, just like the market that's occurring right now. It's just running up higher and higher and higher. So think about it. If any one of these lows, you bought a call for like 2 months out, at any one of these lows, you would be up right now, is what I'm trying to say. So it kind of didn't matter where you bought the call, just that you bought a call. But when you're trying to play the downside, which is you're going to make more money playing downside, of course. And the reason why is because you haven't dropped in so long in terms of a big drop. Like, if we only drop $30, yes, the market's going to go up to the downside. The contracts are going to be expensive again, but it's not really going to cause that big of a change. When you drop $50, like let's say if we fall down to 613, that's going to cause a giant shift. So, yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it happen sooner than later. Hopefully a lot sooner, right? And then this right here was the other range, yeah. So this blue chart right here was me basically picking apart all the ranges. I should actually change this one. This blue is a different box. Yeah, that looks better. So that green box right there is something different. These blue boxes are the same. This box here is also different. So let's color it different. That's where we're going to buy the puts at when the market runs up to a new high. So we already have all the levels that we're going to buy puts at. In fact, they're all on the screen right now. Even these levels here, every single point that you see is a level where the market is going to get sold off. And we already have 651. We could make this even, just do it like this. Yeah, you guys know how I am. We got to make it visually appealing. All right. Let's move this over. Move this one over as well. I'm actually going to fix this line like that so it looks a little bit more symmetrical. This line here needs to be fixed as well. That could be like that, and then this could be like that. Yeah, now it looks better visually. All right. Now things are kind of working out right here. So yeah, when you're drawing an uptrend, you still will have downtrends. So it just depends on how far you're looking out. So of course, if I wanted to draw just a simple downtrend, I would just make the line red. I would hit all the important points where I know the market's going to run into. Right? And then, yeah. And of course, sometimes you're going to have a situation where most people, they would fix this line like that, right? Just so that it's symmetrical, so it looks visually pleasing, which I do that all the time as well. Yes, you can do that. However, with lines equal speed. So if I create a line right here, watch this. That's 63 degrees. Everybody see that? That's 63 degrees. If I create a line here, that's 58 degrees. You see that? So then if I create a line here, I'm pretty sure you notice what you're going to probably find, and that's 54 degrees. So the way I draw these paths and these lines is with speed in mind, meaning it's going to speed up at certain points, slow down at certain points, drag out at certain points. And when you drag out enough, it will basically start to grant you the opportunity to have an upside trend, which is basically why it speeds up so quickly here. Because you're going to speed up, take out this high, end up in the middle, probably land at the bottom of the middle of the previous range, and then speed up into the next range a little faster. Why? Because again, SPY's just been speeding up. It has been slowing down on the monthly, but you can start to speed up again. Trends are still very, very tilted. So like for example, look at this chart here. This was the initial speed that you had before. And now that initial speed is basically, I mean, just look at it. It's beneath it, right? You're no longer inside that orange box. So because you're no longer inside that orange box no more, what's going to occur is you're probably going to fall down into this white box. So that's why I prepared the white box already. You already know 30 steps ahead of the market. We already have the next range for the market, in fact. And it's made because of this high, that low, that high, that low. Hits it here, hits it here, hits it almost here, hits it almost here, here, and here.
basically snaps down on top of it, stops, and then the next day you continue to snap down on top of it, you know, faking people out, because there was definitely people that bought right there. In fact, I probably even bought right there, honestly. 629, yeah, I probably bought right there, honestly. Like 631, yeah, towards the bottom, because you were holding on the bottom, so of course we were playing for you to run up to here or here. But those options, they tend to be like $10, so we're not going to put too much money into the play. Besides when we're at a high like this, that's why we put $200 to $500 into the market on Friday and Thursday. Because now we're at a proper area where we could play those puts. The next area is going to be at the 656s. So when you're playing puts next, again, it's going to be at 656 guaranteed. It might be only a scalp play, it might be a 5-minute play, it might be a 30-minute play, it might be an hour-long play, it might be a weekly trade, right? I tend to do weekly trades off of those levels just because of last year. You were always following that dynamic of psychology with the numbers. So, yeah. Alrighty, everybody. The next thing I want to do here. I was wondering why these zones are different colors. I was about to say. Why is that all different? Oh, I love how I made this stand out. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Because these are the midpoints, you know? That's the other midpoint you were supposed to hit when you fell down. Then that's this midpoint. And then, of course, you're going to have a whole new midpoint with the newer range, which is basically something like this here. Yeah, so that's a new midpoint now. It's so funny how the new midpoint, it's literally in the middle of the old midpoints. That's so funny. That's like almost too perfect right there. All the midpoints are lining up with each other. From like all the midpoints of all the range, like the giant monthly ranges. So from here, you would basically then start to correlate the small price action with these big boxes. Or you would just leave them on the screen, just like how I have it right now, and go, you know, jump onto the charts in a couple months from now and then see how it reacts. Which means a couple months from here, you'll probably understand how to trade this level. You little shit. Your nails are so sharp. Ah! Okay. All right, so the next mission here is going to be, let's update this these price action labels, whatever you want to call them. All the buying points that we have here. I think nothing is actually grouped up. Is it? No, yeah, there's like nothing grouped up here. So let's group all this up here. Let's organize the object tree for a second. I can't see them, so let's zoom in. Click, 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 click. Straight down the list. You could also click it here. That's fine as well. Click, click. Okay, now let's group it. Now let's move it to the side. Excellent. So now it looks good. We'll keep the circles there just so we can show people where these points or where these areas are pointing at. Because obviously if you can see a point here and then you can see a circle here and you can see the price action at that point there in the middle,
you can automatically take the entry, and I don't have to keep updating the chart as often. Gives me more time to update it. This right here I'm going to change. I don't like how you could see that midline so bright. These as well got to change. These have to be, I think, is a pink color. Yeah. I kind of don't like the pink now. It's too, Alright, let me change everything. I might as well do it now. That's 416 on the SPY. How far do I go down with these? To 300. That's not bad. When did I do this? I see now. Okay. So I took all the price action. Okay, let's group this up. Now let's change this to something else. It's a little bit more. We'll actually, yeah, we'll leave this one blue. I'm fine with keeping this one blue. That actually looks kind of nice. It looks like a neon blue. All right, and then this line here, of course, is gonna go down to here. This line could be fixed. Let me see. Ah. All right, so this chart's already done. So this is chart 13. This is one of the important charts. It was one of the easier ones to fix. This is basically consolidation zones. It's another trading style. King's consolidation zones. Then you have the 613 box. And then you're going to have the 480 dash 647 box. Just so everybody could see. And then you also have this box too, which is 348 to 613. So 348 to 613. 348 to 613. That would be the first one. 348 dash 613 box. These are all your trading styles, basically. We can make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Condenses it a little bit, right? So this is King's consolidation zone. What else should I put here? Let me see all the other trading styles that I used. So I used the spider wedge, right? There's a certain type of wedge. This specifically is like a spider's web. So that's why we call it the spider wedge. So we could put that here. Let's list it. Spider wedge. It's very similar to the Gon fans, which is what Gon created, which, in my opinion, he's probably the only technical analysis trader that I've ever wanted to kind of rival. He's the only one that I really see as a challenge because of just the way he thinks. But he was the one who made all these indicators here. So like this is his indicator. But the way he does it is very similar to how I do my stuff. You have 1/2 lines, 1/4, 1/5, 1/8, 1/3. But as you can see, 1/3, that's not a normal fraction. That's just like Fibonacci. That's the problem, is he just used Fibonacci and made it diagonal. But the way you're supposed to do it is not like this. You're supposed to do it like this with one version or one variation, and then you want to do it the same way I have it for a second variation. As well as when you use these variations, it's very hard to get something that's consistent and predictable. So what most people do is they create styles of teaching, styles of trading, and it's so that it hampers everybody's growth. So imagine I create a trading style like this, where it's, you know, Fibonacci, and then imagine I create a trading style where it's like my lines, right? Where you're looking specifically at highs, specifically at lows, there's specific reasons for it. You also have a different variation of lines that I will not be showing you right now, but it's basically a more extreme variation. It's like this right here. You see these lines at the bottom? These lines right here that I used to predict the market falling out the sky in 2022, that variation, the understanding and the psychology that goes behind it is my strongest trading style I have ever created to this date. Its fundamental understanding is so like abnormal that I can't even explain it to a really, you know, not even a really good trader will understand this, honestly. There's very few traders in the world who would understand this because it's not normal, you know. Which is kind of how my brain works, honestly. That's the only reason why I feel like I could find these patterns somehow. In school, I had a tough time, especially with reading. Even now, I still have a tough time, like reading a paragraph of something and retaining it and remembering it. That's not really my strong suit. But with patterns and stuff like this, yeah, my brain just functions a lot better for some reason. I think it's still possible. I think it is possible for everybody to get into a zone where they're able to do this by themselves. I took 4 years to be able to do this by myself, so you have plenty of time, honestly. I wouldn't rush it if I'm you. I would just plan it all carefully. This line right here I could delete. These lines here, I'm going to delete them. I don't need these little arrows. They're kind of clogging up the chart here. These arrows, we don't need them. These arrows, we don't need them. This I don't need. This is not the wedge chart. So we have the spider wedge. And then we have I'm trying to find the equal button. Press the equal button. What's wrong with you? The keyboard. Okay, so diagonal drift zone equals consolidation zone. I could just put consolidation. Actually, I think I should probably put the whole word consolidation zone. All right, perfect. Excellent. So now that this is all indicated perfectly, the next thing you want to do here is I want to change the outside of this box. I don't like how the border is that color. I want to change it to a similar color like that. Yeah, that looks nice now. Look at that. That looks really good. Okay, so this too. Arrows indicate buy and sell locations. Control copy. I want to put this at the bottom. Let's see how that looks. It's not bad. Looks a little weirder though, because this one's not perfect. So that means this one, copy, control paste, delete. Go here, control V, delete. That looks a little better. Still looks weird though now. Let's see. Oh, you know what I could do here? I just realized this is gonna make it look better. Watch. October 13th, 2022. And then the top of it is going to be Trump's rally, of course, which is February 21st, right? Yeah, it should be right there. February 19th. Yeah, February 19th. 2025. So 2025. There you go. And then now watch this. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, look at that. And then these are going to be at the bottom. And then this is going to be at the top now. So yeah, this is perfect. Now watch this. This will be like this. Control copy, delete. Delete, go here. Control V. There you go. This next box, 613 to 549, is going to be, of course, February 19th. All the way down to right here, which is March 13th. So February 19th, 2025 dash March 13th, 2025. Okay. And then you have the low down here, which is April 7th. So this one's going to be April 7th, 613 to 480. Okay, so I did 2 of them there. So that's Feb 19th, 2025. I'm just going to copy it. I mean, I'm already wasting too much time. I could have just typed it. 25 dash. This one's going to be April 7th, 2025. And then this one's going to be April 7th, 2025 to April 7th, 2025 to basically, what was yesterday? The 10th? I mean, you don't really had a high there. You had a high over here, the 15th. So you would say the 15th to August 15th, 2025. Okay, so these are all the trading styles on the screen. Let's make sure. Wedges, perfect. Drift zones equal consolidation zones, diagonally, horizontally. But for this instance, it's all diagonal. And then, of course, the most important thing is King's consolidation zone. So the first thing on this list will be, of course, King's point, right? King's point. I kind of like how I had it right there. Chart 13. Maybe like that? Nah, doesn't look good like that. Like that. Just leave it like that. It's fine. King's point, spider wedge. Do I have normal wedge lines? I do have normal wedge lines, but not too many. I have the triangle wedges here. So I have triangle wedges as well. So right under spider wedge, I'm going to put triangle wedge. And then do I have a regular wedge? Let me see. I don't have regular wedges here. I have like this line here. That's a regular wedge. But do I have anything else? Honestly, no, not really. Yeah, no, not really. Spider wedge. Triangle wedge. Yeah, so I'm not gonna say that, you know, we have a third one as well. We're just gonna leave it at this. Make sure everything that's exactly how we think is here. King's consolidation zone are the horizontal boxes right here. Yeah, this chart is done. All right, so this chart is maxed out. So it took us a little second there to max it out, but now that we know
what's on the screen and what's not, we could simply start fixing up all the other charts a little quicker. So for here, let's go on the 1 hour. Let's zoom out. This chart doesn't actually need to be fixed here. We already fixed it for the next couple months. So yeah, this one we're chilling. The only thing that we could do here is maybe, let me see. Yeah, you could say this is your next buying point, and then if you fall below this, you're just gonna tank down even further. So yeah, you could say that this would be a green area to buy, and up here would just be red areas to buy until you get above it, and then it basically turns back into a green again, just like this, right? And then you could of course potentially run higher with the green, but then as you run up higher, you will slip into another put territory area, you could say. And then of course right above this green, you're gonna have a bunch of mini greens, mini pinks like that, then a green next to it, and then you can copy both of them like this. As you can see, it's very close. Let's just slide this down just like that, and it's kind of like a sandwich, right? Then you have your big call level again, and then a bunch of smaller levels. That's exactly how you should trade every market. So for instance, when you're trading futures, the best time to trade futures would be in a setting where the market is actually moving slower, so that you don't get, just slapped out the park from one little wick, because one move could literally take out 20, 30, 40,000, So you would only be wanting to play inside these situations. And then what you could do is start with like a $500 account and start aggressively trading futures with that $500 account, starting with basically nothing. Could do that as well. But yes, we're going to delete this because this does not look good. We'll just delete all these up here. I'll keep these boxes even though they're not even. Actually, I think they are even, but I didn't do it. What do you call? Precisely. Okay, so yeah, we're done with the chart. I'm not going to add nothing else. We obviously have diagonal DARP. We have paths. We have July-October wedges versus December and February wedges. So let me see. July to October. September, October. Yeah, because that's when you broke out of it. So yeah, this is the July to October range, and you listen to it in November. And then we have a December to February range. I like how I have that actually. Oh, I remember this chart. Wait a second. Nah, yeah. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth time you touch the line, you fall below it. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. The fourth time you touch it, you fall below it. 1, 2, 3. The fourth time you touch it, you fall below it. So in this instance, you have 1, 2, 3, and the fourth time you touch this line, which is at 631. So if we for whatever reason go below 635, I would say watch out, because we might just crash out the sky. I just realized that it happens every few months, so it's about to happen again here. Again, this is another simple trading style, right? Nothing too complex or difficult to understand. It's just simply stating 3 touches and then the fourth one you crash, while we're looking at the monthly scale. So this is May. This month right here is June. This month right here is August. That is really good to me, honestly. That means probably, yeah, we're going to start touching this bottom soon. You could hold it, though, definitely. As you can see, my drawing here tells me it's going to hold. And yeah, it's honestly been holding really well. Like, for instance, here you were supposed to drop for puts. Look at all my arrows to show you where you're going to drop going into the future, right? So all these areas are going to be levels that we're going to play puts on. We're just waiting for it to get up there. Like, for instance, this is a very important put level. You're still kind of like on the top of it, which means you could hold it, yeah. So Monday, we could still run up into the sky here. But yeah, I just want to see if it's going to fall from that same red arrow, which is this one right here. If not, we're just going to wait.
and then get another set of puts up here at the top at 661, and of course around like 652, 656, around there as well. Probably 656 though, if I had to logically say. And then yeah, you're listening to that trend there. The one thing I don't have written here is the new stuff we added. So kings, points. We didn't add this here. $2022. And then that one's for the bottom. Wait a second. Why didn't I do all three of them for the bottom? Let me see something real quick. Oh, because you can't, obviously. That would be the bottom. Yeah, that would be the bottom. So that means this would be the midpoint. So I would copy it like this. Undo it. Put this right here. And I'll probably have something along the lines of that right there. Yeah, look at how it matches up with the price action. Wait, that's actually stupid. That's crazy. Look at this. Wait a second. I never had a line like this. This is brand new. So yeah, this is our next range right here. We're definitely going to hit this range here. 100%. This looks really good right here. This area right here. 613 to like 608, 605. Right at the bottom of the pink. So yeah, now we have more direction there. That's really nice. And of course, you could create another box, I guess. But then you would have to measure it accurately. So you would have to measure it with a high. So then you would copy this again. Take the bottom line again. And just literally keep extending until you have a nice little range to play with. And I'm going to use that as a range. But I'm going to test the... because you had a low here and then you have a high here. So that would be the quickest range. So we could do something like this here. Let me see. Something along the lines of this, potentially. Because it hits the top there, hits the top there, hits the top there, hits the top there. And then it was used as support at one point. And it became resistance. So yeah, that would be a nice little range for the future here. So yeah, I'll just literally keep it like this. We can measure this to make sure it's, you know, it's close. Yeah, it hits the top right there, hits the bottom right there. It's not perfect, but again, we're not looking for perfection right now. We just want to create the charts and then get a move on. We already updated this one, so there's nothing for us to do now. Besides actually add the new stuff we updated to here, which would be 2022 dash, this is 2024, right? This one right here, let me see. Yeah, 2024. Yeah, that's dash 2024. Okay. So 2022 to 2024, and then this one right here is 2022 to 2024, yeah. So this is both the same year. And then from there, what we could do here is just click the middle one, and then make this gold. Because the golden areas, let me make this gold as well, everybody. This is what I want you to pay attention to. These golden areas right here, that's where the market's going to go right back down in magnitude. It's going to get stuck inside the golden area because it's the middles. So with these midpoints, again, the market's probably going to, you know, magnet down here. But again, this chart is a little bit more random, a little bit more handmade, more human error, of course. So Yeah. We'll move on to the next chart. This chart does not need to be updated. It's good for like the next 20 years. In all honesty, yeah. This is pretty good for a long time, honestly. I'm just fixing this up a little bit. Just trying to make it a little look a little nicer. I don't know how this moved over. I think maybe I moved it over. I don't think I did. Maybe I did though. Make them even. Alright, everything looks pretty much symmetrical here. I like it. I'm going to keep this box here just in case when we fall next time. We're going to have some direction down here. When we fall down to like 480s again, 510 again. We still have your path here. So we told everybody the market was going to fall at 641, 616. Yeah, you're doing pretty much the same thing as last time. Which is scary. That's from October. Yeah, wait a second. You're literally just... You're literally just copying the same shit. So you literally had this trend here. So that means last time you went from 470 to 520. That's an extra $50. If we do the same trend, you're going to run to 690 again. Which is kind of crazy if you really think about that, everybody. Right? I actually just noticed that. That's wild. I'm gonna put it on the line perfectly like that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And let's make the opacity on this a little brighter. Excellent. Okay, so this is for the next couple years, right, everybody? This one right here, this trend, it's pretty much all of them are getting completed. So I'm gonna start turning their opacity down. We'll leave them at 40 like that. Okay, see now the chart looks a little bit more cleaner. $646, and then the new midpoint's gonna be 670. Yep, and then the top is 740. Yep. Excellent. Yearly downside is gonna be there. 780. Monthly upside range. Yeah, look at this. Monthly upside range. That's crazy. So everything is working out perfectly. All right, let's go to the next chart now, since this is done. The trading styles that I used on this chart is pretty much just DARP. That's it. This is all just DARP. I don't think I added anything else actually. Diagonal and horizontal DARP, but not all-time DARP. Not the... Wait a second. Why haven't I drawn that yet on SPY? Wait a second. Let me go to this chart. Oh no, I did. That's crazy how the chart that I go to is the chart that I did it on. That's actually kind of nuts. I wouldn't I wouldn't have expected that, whatever. So, look, this is what we're going to do here. I got an idea. I want to do something on the all-time. Boom. Boom. And then let's put this to the top. There we go. Now we have the all-time lines on SPY, which are telling us that, the first level we're going to fall to is probably right around here. I'll color it differently so you guys can see it stand out. Pay attention to the yellow lines you're going to see across my screen. So those yellow lines right there, that's an area of extreme importance. The chart looks a little crazy because this is the bigger one, the bigger scale, so it shows you everything on the same screen at the same time. But yeah. We could fall somewhere in between it, so somewhere in between would be 570. That's where I honestly think this market's going to fall to, like 570. And it might not go lower. And then towards 2027, then you might crash. Like 2026 could be the recovery of falling down here from here to the rest of the year. You could do it very slowly and just drain value while you fall. And then just literally run right back up and get ready to jump into a new high again. Alright, next chart. I just wanted to make sure I did that. Let's bring that to 20. Let's bring the border. Yeah, it's like number 10 but cleaner. And then you have okay, so monthly DARP. I guess you would say yearly. You could say yearly, yeah. Yearly DARP, yeah. Instead of monthly. Yeah, so that's a 3-year range. Okay. So then after that, let's put the next trading style we should add here is I could put monthly diagonal DARP. I gotta put the year though. So let me see. Yeah. 2022 to 2025. 20. 2025 diagonal DARP or monthly diagonal DARP. There you go. And then this one right here, that's going to be, you have also a downtrend for DARP. The way I should have did this here, oh, I see how I did it. I never fixed it, that's what it was. I never changed it. Ah, no wonder. This should have been updated to the new high of 613. Let me see, would that have given us different entry points? Would that have given us different entry points? Yeah. It's pretty much a good entry point for later on when we fall to 570. We probably will hit this line actually. Alright. So just keep an eye on that now. I think I had to fix it again. I don't think it's at the high. Oh no, it is. Okay, they're both good. Okay, so that zone is fixed. That's your downtrend. But at the same time, that's now going to be support. We got that line. And then we have 2022. Top wedges. Yeah, so you're looking at a quarter point, and then you're bringing that quarter point all the way up to the top here. So yeah, we'll see if this one's going to work next. Yeah, because you can't say DARP and... Okay, so DARP... Let me see. You could say that's consolidation zones at the same time. Let me think about it for a second. DARP. Okay, so you grab the range, grab that. You top it out. So this one is kind of like, yes, parallel DARP, yeah. Monthly diagonal DARP. So you have the diagonal, and you have the regular, and then you would have consolidation zones mixed around. So I guess for that one you would say future DARP. You could say future monthly DARP. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Future monthly diagonal DARP. There you go. Because it's giving you the future range before we even get there. That's why us being at these current levels don't really matter, because as you can see what our charts are saying, you know, that red line right there might be a point where we're gonna give it some touches. Be a nice little form of support before we go up higher. So on all ends, it looks like you're gonna still fall down to 637, unless the market's about to just start gapping up again, which it did that a couple years ago, so it could potentially. Yeah, it's also crazy as well. So if you chop that up and you get those boxes, you get that too. What in the world is going on here? Let me see. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing for us to write on the screen here, so we're just gonna skip this one. This is another similar one. They're both the same thing. Okay. Let's see. And these, we could just fix it up like this. So we're just looking at the dynamic here, making sure everything's perfect. Okay, so let's see. I think we should fix this one too. Just because it's a monthly buy. Excellent. Now they all look good. We just gotta finish these last ones down here, and we should be good. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm not too sure. Alright, excellent. We fix all of our buys and sells. 648. And for this chart, we're gonna have to update it in a few here. We're gonna leave it alone for now. It's a little bit more well positioned than some of these other charts. All right. So, let's see what's next. Let me write this down.
Let me see. Okay. All right. So these charts are already, they're already done. Um, hmm. Let me see something real quick. That's not a stupid idea. Hmm. So you would make less money.
Okay. All right. We can minimize this for now. Chart number 16. Let me see something. Yeah, this looks really, really good. Let me tell ya, really good. Like, so good. This is insane. All right. and start the party up.
Hmm. All right. It's whatever. I want everybody to be able to read this chart. Let me see. Where's that line that I made? Fall down to there. 653. Huh. Getting out that door. Okay, this is updated now. This is updated. Looks good. Looks better. Now we can start showing people. All right. This is updated as well. Perfect. It's ready for the video. Let me see. Hope you run this down. Ocean line. Ocean line. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, we're done with this one. We're done with this one as well. We don't gotta touch this.
Gotta make sure they're the same size so I don't have to fix it later. Triple wedge touch. Oh shit. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do here is we're gonna go down to here. Let's see where I can put this. Hmm.
Excellent.
I just realized I locked it all, so I stopped touching it. Yeah, I locked all of it. Perfect. Hmm. Yeah, you might get that trend now. Could happen. sorting out the charts right now. think I deleted something. Nah. I thought I deleted something for a second. I think I did delete something. Or it's over here somewhere. Oh, I put it here. Never mind. Wait, that's not it. That's generation 2. That's over here. Yeah, see, it's over here.
Okay, so this is done. And this is done. All these charts for SPY are updated. Actually, no, there's one more. I didn't update this.
When you buy or sell your car exactly how you want with cargo moves,
I bet. I bet. We're done with this. Shut your ass up. I was talking to the YouTube ads. Oh no, I see now.
I bet. I think I broke it. I think I broke the application. Oh god. It says reconnect. I'm not reconnecting. I'll refresh it though. Why the hell did I make those boxes? I gotta figure it out one day. This is what I call success through aggression. Yeah, it's been a pretty good rally. But remember, the one thing I want you to remember while you look at this rally was that in April, when we created this box here, right, from that high to that low, as you can see, when the market first bounced up, we had a $60 run up on SPY, and options were going ballistic. I'm talking about 2,000%, 3,000%, 4,000%. And it was just in a matter of one day. Look at this. 480, 540. So down here, what I did was I told everybody to go long for 640 for September, 680 for December, and pretty much everybody's already out there 640s. So everybody's out the 640s, everybody's out the 620s, because we bought 640s, 620s, we got 590s, and as you just ran up, we just kept selling them one by one, pretty much. No, yeah, I think he might have been referring to UAVs. Yeah, 460. Oh, you was? That's all good, though. Remember, if you want to understand how we predicted that, all you gotta do is just look at this chart here. Look at the blue box. And look at what price it lines up with here at the top. It lines up perfectly with 610, which is every single time you hit 609, 610, I had everybody get into puts. So we played puts maybe around like 6 to 10 times. It was one of the most profitable set of months I've ever had in total, honestly. Out of all the last 4 years, 4.5 years I've been doing this, those 2-3 months right there were probably the most insane, honestly. It's like we were predicting everything perfectly. And it was only because of this box right here to the left, this blue box. And then, yeah, when you fell down, you pretty much just fell down to the top of this box, 479, which was 480. So that was the reason why we went long there. And then we sold out here because it was the halfway point. 546. We bought puts then, sold it the next day at 513, so it fell down $30 the next day. We then went long again for this to break out, because we thought it was just going to instantly start running right back up to the highs. But then it started deflecting and then falling right back down, where we then bought puts, I think around 511, not at the bottom, which was 508, yeah, 508, 509. We bought it like $2 above it, $3 above it. And then we went long again, but these were much shorter. And yeah, we pretty much just sold them out as soon as you popped up here to 540 again, just in case you were going to fall. So just make sure that anytime you trade, it's just based off of structure points. It's pretty much the only thing I would say, honestly. Structure points are your best friend. It's 45 days. 45 days. Let me see. So it took you 45 days to fall down, and so far you've been running up for 45, 90, and almost what is this? Yeah, almost 135, almost 135 days. That's going to be on August 18th. So yeah, in 12 days, we've been running for 135 days, which is about 1, 2, 3 times what you ran before. So you can assume that when we do start falling, let's just say it's, you know, on August 28th, what you could expect is basically just, let's see, so a month down, 3 up. You could probably see a month and a half of you just falling down until like October. So like September, you start tanking out the sky. The end of August, you start falling. And then it would take you, let's see. Yeah, you could literally fall from here to, I would say right here, like 570, 578. That's probably like the most likely area. Like right above the gap. If you get a strike price for this for, let's see, a month and a half is 45 days out. Let's look at contracts 45 days out. And by the way, this is how I time stuff all the time. You said the market will predict the news? Well, think about it. Did you understand what I meant when I said structure points? What do you think that is, if you had to say? Think about it like this. Let me do this, and I think it'll be much better for you to see it done like this first. All right, so in the next month, some news will come out that crashes the market like a rate cut. This is where a gap is. You said, for instance, in the next month, some news will come out. No, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So once you get into a certain type of a mindset and a certain type of a, I would say, it's like when you get in the zone, right? You basically are able to see how the news correlates with the actual numbers. And once you can kind of get some type of idea with that, you can see how the news is going to affect the market a few months ahead of time. Like, for instance, this week we have Jackson Hole, which is a very important meeting, like insanely important. So it's kind of funny Jackson Hole is coming out at 640, and the reason why I say it like that is because, again, this is an even simpler chart. So if you look at where we're at right now, the first thing you're going to see my fault. So the first thing you're going to see is you're at 640. And 640 is the quarter point. That's the quarter point, right? This right here. Actually, no, this was the one. Yeah, because we're measuring something different. So let me see. Because you're going to be half of that, but that range is not what we're looking for. What we're looking for is pretty much that range from there to there, which would be half of that box. So, I mean, in all reality, yeah, that would be 1-4. I think a fly just got burnt in the fly catcher, and that thing smells like fire. That's not good. He just got violated. Yeah, so basically look at the market like this. You're at 640, so point blank. You want to see if this market's going to go to 670. If not, since it hit 640, of course, officially, not just a little bit of below it, and you want a little bit above it, I'm thinking maybe we'll get one more retest, where you could see this fall down from here to September to like 613 maybe. 613 is like your most likely area of you falling back down because you still need a hold on top of it. The only problem is since you hit 619, you might have technically kind of completed that, because this has happened before in history. For example, if you go back over here to the left side, when the market first gets above 480, it bounces on top of 483. So it doesn't fully hit it when you're actually running up into a crazy new high. And you know what's even funnier? No, yeah, I would be happy to teach you whenever the day comes. It took me, you could say, 2 years to get to the point where I was able to spot it in the first place. And then it took me another year to perfect it. And now it takes me about a month for a person to fully understand it on big term, small term, weekly term. And they're able to, you know, profit, basically. Trade any single stock they want. Trade futures. Trade crypto. Because it works for crypto as well. Like, for example, let me show you how I predicted Bitcoin. And then we'll go back to what we were doing. And this is just to show you how it's just so crazy. You know, all you really got to do is just learn this. And you can literally learn how to trade anything in the world, pretty much. So I just took 2021's range. This is the more advanced one. So most of my charts don't look like this because it takes me like 40 minutes to an hour just to create one. And you have to do this on every time frame. So this is the weekly one. Then you have to do it on the monthly. Then you have to do it on the daily. Then you have to do it on the weekly. And it gets so frustrating. But look at it like this, right? As you can see, that was the initial range. That's what it looked like in before I did anything. So before this year started running up higher, that's what this looked like. Before you actually ran up to the high when you were still down here at the low at 25,000, if you had just doubled the range just like that, look what happens when I zoom in now. Let's go to the 1 hour. Actually, 4 hour should be better. Yeah. You hit the top of this box, which is your quarter point, right? You have the top point. You have the 1/4 point, or, 1/8 point, 1/4 point, 1/2 point. So this is the 1/2 point right here in the middle. And as you can see, that was the reason why I got stuck there before. And I told everybody, if it falls, you're most likely going to fall to this range right here. And as you can see, where we go long one final time for this cycle before Bitcoin starts falling out the sky again. And yeah, it wasn't exactly 69,000. It was 74,000, but it's pretty perfect. It's a few thousand off. Just like with the SPY, right? It does it as well. It's a few dollars off sometimes. So with Bitcoin, a few dollars is kind of like a few thousand. But yeah, you take this and then you throw it onto Coinbase, and guess what? Look at what Coinbase looks like. Just me using the IPO price of Coinbase and then the ultimate bottom. I knew it was going to fall here, so I told everybody to go short at 430, and you fell straight down to 299 within like a week or two. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Options were up 3,000 to 4,000% instantly. Exactly. Do you see what I'm saying now? It's not like perfect, but it tends to be around a certain range. And then that's when I developed the idea that sometimes the market actually was supposed to hit a certain point, but because of maybe some random news they dropped that day that accelerated the market the other way. Because that's what news does. It just simply accelerates the market. So whatever trend was set in stone, like whatever was the universe's, future, let's just say, which sounds crazy, I know, but whatever was written in the history books for the future, it's like news just speeds it up. So those trends of you falling down, so like for instance, if you just take one of these lines down here, like the sharpest one, and you just copy it to the top, just like that, this goes into my other advanced style of trading. This is the silo DARP fibs, or you could just call them the silo fibs. Most people just call them that. But as you can see, you hit this high, this high, this high over here, and it's kind of like anytime it hits this green line or gets above it, it's a good time to go short, is the theory, you could say. And then boom, and then boom. And if it does it again, we're going to do the same thing on Coinbase too. Wait for it to get above this green line. Maybe wait for it to get to like 506 if crypto just still blows up for another couple months. Because crypto could crash, you could say, by December to February is currently what I'm thinking right now. December to February is where you're going to get the low of down here. So everything is going to get cut in half pretty much. That's why Coinbase fell so quickly, is because that's your initial reaction. That's what the market's going to do. After all, that's what it did last time. It just, fell out the sky before Bitcoin actually fell. Because, they knew. They knew Bitcoin was going to start to halve, basically. So they got out before. And then you kind of halved. The supply of Bitcoin got cut. Because that's what happens every 4 years. That's what crypto winter basically is, if you didn't know. And yeah. It's very unique, It's not perfect. But as long as you get the option a couple weeks out, it actually will always be perfect. 0 day stuff, though, obviously this is not for 0 days, right? Because you're on the 4 hour. Even if I zoom in, I wouldn't be playing with this with 0 days. You see how it like dances in the middle of nowhere here? And it's touching like random points and there's no structure? I wouldn't be trading this like this unless I do something like this. So literally, if you want, you could trade any stock by just doing this right here. Create a box of the weekly range from the bottom to top. You're stuck in the middle. If you go above it, play calls. If you go below it, play puts. If you go to the top, play puts. If you go above, play calls. Like simple stuff like that. So like you could literally just break down any range and create your buying points instantly right here. Just like that. Or better yet, I'm pretty sure you already know what I'm going to do. And then you can get even more finicky. You can put this in the middle here. And these are like the 1/4 points. Like the 1/2 points, you could say. No, yeah, it would be 1/4 actually. So that would be 1/4 right there. Which is kind of why you see how Coinbase is getting stuck at that range. A guy was swearing something was gonna pull the market back before the end of that week. He was hitting, he was thinking 570, never made it down that far. He lost a fortune on zero. Now, yeah, I don't know why you would buy 0 DTEs for 570. That's insane. That's a little ridiculous. For example, all the money in the SPY right now is on December contracts. So if you really want to play puts on the SPY, you would be buying December contracts right now. 560, 580. That's where all the money is. I can show you right now how many people are own these contracts. The open interest is like 200,000-300,000. It's the most insane amount of open interest I've ever seen on a SPY contract ever. I've never seen that much ever. And then I looked at the SPX contracts, and yeah, someone has like 300K of the same strike price for SPX to fall to the same number in the same time as SPY. So it's crazy. I'll show you this real quick, and then let's hop back onto the charts. I think I got to fix up a few more things. All right, puts December 19th. Let's see, where is it? December 31st, maybe? You know what? Let me check the screener real quick. I wonder if they sold out already. Let's see. Days to expire 48 to 250. Volume is here to here. Open interest is going to be I want to see 20,000 open interest or more. There you go. I was looking for the button. Okay, so SPX 5000. Yeah, so this guy still hasn't gotten rid of his SPX, but I think they might have gotten rid of some of the SPY contracts. Let me see. December 19th, 2025. Put for SPX. No, that's SPX. What about this one? October 17th, 2025 put for SPY. Yeah, they sold them. Yeah, they sold their contracts. They sold their SPY puts. I still have a picture of what it looked like a couple weeks ago. So I'll show you guys in a bit here. I sent it into the Discord so everybody could watch it. Let me see. Did I send it to the SPY channel? I actually have no idea where I sent it. Let's go to watch list. SPY. Yeah, see? Look how crazy this is. All SPY puts right here. 475s. The 5000s. I feel like he didn't remove nothing when SPY fell. He just kept it. And then over here, of course. Where's the $1,100 one? There was an $1,100 one. Let me see. I'll try to see if I can find it on my phone too. It was $1,100. Let me see something. Yeah, so they're getting their contracts for January now, for January and for next year. Obviously, January's next year, but you know what I mean. You hit 25 on Intel, so now it's going to be time for puts. We're going to let this thing fall right back down to probably, I mean, you might hold here. You could hold here for a little bit again. I think you're probably going to fall straight down to at least 22 again. So yeah, you'll probably fall down to 22, and then at 22, we're probably going to go long again for this to bounce up to 27. But we might have to give it like a week or two, if not a month, just to marinate a little bit. How's target? That's what we went long last time. Wonder if it's going to bounce above this line here. Above 104. Anything below 104, 103. You want to play puts straight down to about 99. I forgot who I did this chart for. Ulta? Yeah, we pretty much almost got that perfect. Geo? What is this? This looks like a really nice chart. You just fell from how far? What was this? January. And then you fell to here. Last time you fell this low was in 2022. You hit the high in 2017. What is this? Let's see. What else is next? I think that's pretty much it. Look at that perfection. I love it. And you're at the midpoint too. It's like a trifecta of greatness. That's what we like to see, ladies and gentlemen. I think, honestly, nah, they didn't sell too early, by the way. Sorry to respond so late, but I don't think they sold too early. If they sold when SPY hit 419, they are very, very, very smart. Because they're probably going to buy right back into it around Jackson Hole. They're probably just going to wait. That's why the far ones out, like the 470s, the 480s, they still are pretty much holding theirs. But anything for like 560, 580, a lot of them are gone. So I think the market could still run up to 660, 670, and then the market's going to really start to drop around that point. It's going to get really annoying, like around 660, 680. So yeah, from here to there, we pretty much have the potential to make, let's just say you double every single time you play the puts there and the calls there. You could say you're going to double your account every $10 the SPY runs up. So again, you're going to double your account 2 times. So it's technically a 4x. So you're going to 4 times your account every $10 basically. So 10. I mean, yeah, it just depends what you have on your account, right? If you have 1,000, if you have, I don't know, let's just say like 500. 500 times 2 equals 1,000. Of course, you're not going to put the whole entire thing. So you would probably only do 150, 200 out of the whole 500. $200 times 2 equals 400. 400 times 2 equals 800. And then you could take out half of that, just so you can take out all the money you have in the market. And now you're only in for $100. Then with the rest of that money, you double it again, right? 800 again. That's your 3rd time. And then your 4th time is going to be 800 to 1,600. So you could turn $500 into $1,600 by the time we run up to 660, while you also take out $400. If you don't take out no money, you could probably take that account, which I don't suggest, by the way. You always take out money. You have to take out money. That's just how I make everybody kind of learn here. Like, I force you to remove and withdraw. Because if you don't, you're going to do what I did, which was stack up bills, stack up problems. And yeah, it's unnecessary. Like when I was first learning, I was just doing everything that was stupid. You said Wolf was your favorite, was your big play last week? Bought January 2027, a call a day before earnings. There we go. I'll take a look at that company right now. Let me put some price labels on this real quick. Yeah, it still got some gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it. It could still run to like 1150, 1147. Nah, yeah. This looks pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. There we go, there we go.
No, you're right. Results take a lot of time. Listen, this is gonna be the third year I'm teaching now. But yeah, in due time. In due time. Just gotta keep grinding out. There we go. Later, doctor. Make sure you have a good weekend, alright? We're gonna have a busy weekday. Weekday? Week, I should say. The sleep is getting to me. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take a little break here in a short little while, everybody. Whoever else is watching. Gonna grab some food. Let me see, what else can I add to this? For now, that's pretty much it. Alright, we're done with this chart as well. I just had to update that. That's pretty nice. Actually, you know what? I could do one more thing. 259.
my goodness, this thing ran up perfectly to a 1/8 point. All right, everybody. I'm gonna take a little break here. I'll be back shortly. We're gonna have to finish this up.